Welcome to episode 1 of a brand new mega gold mining series on Yukon Valley 16X map. In today's episode, we're starting a brand new adventure here in the Yukon. We'll be taking on a brand new challenge that we've never seen yet on this channel as we take over an abandoned gold mining site to try and get it up and running once again and turn this small gold mine into a mega gold mine. To kick off this series, I've made my way up to the Yukon, and the only thing we're bringing with us is our Ford F-350 and a camper trailer for us to set up a spot to call home. We currently have $0 to our name, but I've already went ahead and purchased a $1 million abandoned gold mine. This mine was once active, but the gold miners walked away from this claim and left everything they were using at the site. We'll have a few pieces of equipment lingering around the claim, but for the most part, we'll be starting off pretty small. We'll start off by jumping into our Ford F-350 pickup truck, which is pulling our camper trailer, and we'll make our way through the Yukon and stop in at our new gold mine to check out the area and the equipment that was left behind. I'll also find a spot for us to park our camper trailer. Since we are a long way from home, this camper trailer will be home for now until we start making some more money and we're able to build a bigger camp on our mining site. For now, let's head over to our new mining site, get our trailer set up, and check out the equipment we'll be starting with. And then we'll go over what the plan is going forward. Looks like the previous miners actually left behind a few key pieces of equipment that are going to give us a huge head start in getting this operation up and running. Sitting here on the claim, we've got a mini wash plant ready to go, and this is going to be the heart of our entire operation. Every bit of pay dirt we dig up is going to run through this plant, and with any luck, it'll pull out some solid gold concentrate that we can take over to the gold room and start turning into real profit. On top of that, we've also got a Cat 349 excavator and a Cat 983K loader already on site. These two machines are going to handle the bulk of the work, digging up our pay dirt, moving material, and keeping that wash plant fed and running nonstop. But we are still missing one major piece of the puzzle. Right now, we've got no way to properly break ground or strip away the overburden, and without that, we're not getting anywhere near the gold. So I made a call over to the local dealership here in the Yukon, and we've worked out a deal. They've agreed to lease us a Cat D4 dozer, and this machine is going to be absolutely critical for getting this operation started. With that dozer, we'll be able to come in, clear out the trees, push back all that top layer of overburden, and finally expose the paid dirt underneath, which is where the gold should be waiting for us. We've also got a dump truck lined up through the dealership as well, but for now, we're going to keep things simple. We'll grab the D4, head back out to the claim, and start opening up our very first cut. Now that we've cleared out all of the trees and vegetation from the area where we're going to open up our first cut, it's time to start getting this site properly set up. We'll start by dropping the rake off the back of the dozer and switching over to just the blade so we can begin smoothing things out. First, we'll clean up the driveway that leads down into the claim, and then we'll level out the ground around the wash plant. This is going to give us a solid working area where we can build up a pile of pay dirt and make it easier for the loader to move material and keep the wash plant running efficiently. Once everything is leveled out and looking good, we'll jump into the excavator and start digging down until we hit our pay dirt layer. As soon as we reach that depth, we'll bring in the surveyor and set it right at that level so it can guide our operation. From there, we'll hop back into the D4 dozer and begin ripping away the overburden, cutting everything down to the exact depth set by the surveyor. This will allow us to cleanly strip off all that top material and fully expose the pay dirt underneath. Once that overburden is cleared out, we'll officially have the first section of our very first gold mining site opened up, and that's when things start to get exciting. We'll begin digging up our first loads of pay dirt with the excavator and start building up a small stockpile near the wash plant. With that pile ready to go, we'll fire up the mini wash plant for a test run and make sure everything is still working properly after being left behind by the previous miners. If everything checks out, then it's game on. We'll start building up a much larger pile of pay dirt, keep the material flowing, and officially kick off gold production here on the claim. Our first gold in the series is right around the corner. Let's get to work. running this mining equipment definitely takes a bit of getting used to. It's a whole different world compared to the tractors I'm used to running back on the farm. But the more seat time I get, the more it feels like I'm starting to get the hang of it. At this point, the operation is actually coming together really nicely. Everything is running smoothly, the wash plant is doing its job, and after pushing all that pay dirt through, we've officially started building up our first batch of gold concentrate. Now for today, we're going to keep that concentrate building and let it stack up a bit more. But in the next episode, we're going to take things to the next level. We'll be doing our very first gold cleanup and finally finding out exactly how much gold is hiding in the dirt from our first claim. Welcome back to episode 2 of our gold mining from scratch series here on the Yukon Valley 16X map. Today we're back out on our very first gold claim as we continue digging, hauling, and washing pay dirt, all in hopes of finding enough gold to reach our very first cleanout. Last episode marked the beginning of this entire journey. We arrived here in the Yukon and took over an abandoned mining site that had been completely overtaken by trees and vegetation. With only a handful of machines left behind by the previous miners, we got straight to work bringing this place back to life. We started by clearing out all of the trees and brush to open up our first working area. From there, we jumped into the D4 dozer and began stripping away the overburden, pushing and ripping through that top layer to expose the ground beneath. We managed to clear about half of what will become our first cut, giving us enough room to finally start chasing pay dirt. Once we reached that pay layer, we brought in the Cat 349 excavator and began digging. Using the excavator, we've been loading up our dump truck with pay dirt, hauling it over to the wash plant, and building up a stockpile right next to it. From there, we've been using the Cat 963K tracked loader to feed that material into the plant and begin the washing process. All in all, it was a very successful first day on the claim. We got our first cut opened up, tested out all of our equipment, and most importantly, we were able to fire up the mini wash plant and start running material through it. Even though it was just a short test run, it looks like we've already started building up a decent amount of gold concentrate. To kick things off today, we're going to head over to the wash plant and take a closer look at everything we've got so far. Our concentrate is slowly building, and we've also started to see a growing pile of tailings, the leftover material after all the gold has been washed out. But as things start to come together, we're also running into our first real problem. We're almost out of diesel, and without fuel, this entire operation comes to a stop. No wash plant, no mining, no gold. Right now, we're sitting at $0, which means we're going to have to get a little creative if we want to keep this operation running. One option would be to cut down trees and try to sell some logs, but without the proper equipment, that's going to be slow and inefficient. So instead, we're going to take a different approach. Today, we're going to start by selling off our fine and coarse tailings. Normally, tailings aren't worth much at all and wouldn't even be worth the time. But when you're starting from nothing, every dollar counts. The goal is to scrape together just enough money to buy diesel, keep the wash plant running, and push toward our first gold cleanout. For now, we'll keep mining as hard as we can, digging, hauling, and building up as much paid dirt as possible while we still have fuel left. Once the tank runs dry, we'll shut things down, clear out the tailings, haul them into town, and see how much we can get for them. If everything goes to plan, we'll be back up and running and one step closer to pulling our first gold out of the ground. Let's fire it up and get to work. If you're enjoying the Yukon Valley 16X gold mining series so far, make sure to like, drop a comment, and subscribe so you don't miss what's coming up next. Now that we've officially run out of diesel, the entire operation has come to a stop, which means it's time to switch gears. We're going to start clearing out all of our fine and coarse tailings, load them up into the dump truck, and haul them into town to see just how much money we can squeeze out of them. It's not going to be much, but right now, every single dollar counts if we want to get this mine back up and running. But of course, nothing is ever that simple. We've run into another problem. Our Cat 963K loader just doesn't want to cooperate with the wash plant. No matter what I try, it's struggling to get in there and actually scoop up the tailings. I've spent some time trying to adjust things, reposition the loader, and even mess around with the plant a bit. But at this point, it's pretty clear this setup just isn't going to work. So, we had to make a call. I reached out to the local dealership and put in a bit of an SOS, and luckily for us, they were willing to help us out. They've agreed to let us borrow a Cat 908 loader. Now, this machine is quite a bit smaller than the 963K we've been using to load the wash plant, but that's actually going to work in our favor here. It should be much easier to maneuver around the plant and get in tight to clean out those tailings. This isn't a permanent solution, but it's exactly what we need right now to keep things moving until we can mine enough gold to start upgrading our equipment. So let's head down to the dealership, pick up the 908, and get back to the claim so we can start loading up these tailings and finally bring in our first bit of cash. after selling off all of our fine and coarse tailings, we've officially brought in our very first $1,000. Now I know that's not a huge amount of money, but when you're starting from absolutely nothing, this is a massive step forward for the operation. And more importantly, this should be just enough to get us back up and running. The plan now is to take that money and turn it straight into diesel so we can fire the wash plant back up, keep running pay dirt, and push toward our very first gold cleanout. So let's head back over to the mine site, jump into our F350 pickup truck, and make our way into town. We got that transfer tank mounted in the bed, and with the money we just earned, we should be able to fill it up a couple of times. If everything goes to plan, that'll give us enough fuel to keep the wash plant running long enough to build up a solid amount of gold concentrate. And once we've got that, we'll finally be able to head into the gold room and start producing our very first gold. This is where things really start to pick up. Let's get that tank filled and get back to work. After all of that mining, I think we finally reached it. We should now have enough gold concentrate built up in our sluice boxes to go ahead and run our very first cleanout. This is a huge moment for us. Everything we've done up to this point has been leading to this right here. All the clearing, the stripping, the digging, hauling, and washing, it all comes down to finding out what's actually in this ground. So now it's time to pull that concentrate out of the sluice boxes and send it over to the gold room, where we'll process it down and see if all that hard work is about to pay off. If everything goes well, we're about to end up with our very first jar of gold from this mine. And that's going to tell us a lot. Not only will this be the first real money we've made from the operation, but it'll also give us a clear idea of just how gold-rich this pay dirt really is. If the numbers are good, we know we're in the right spot, and that this claim has some serious potential. Once the gold room finishes processing everything and we've got that jar of gold in hand, we're not wasting any time. We're heading straight into town to sell it off and find out exactly how much we've made. Now, we're not going to go crazy with upgrades just yet, but this should give us a solid financial cushion to keep the operation running smoothly, keep fuel in the machines, and avoid running into the kind of problems we had earlier. And if this clean out turns out to be as good as we're hoping, it might be time to go even bigger. We'll start pushing this cut further, expanding deeper into the claim, and really putting this ground to the test to see just how much gold we can pull out of it. Let's get that concentrate cleaned up so we can haul into town and find out how much money we've made so far. Nearly $35,000 from our very first cleanout. I'd say that's not a bad start at all, especially considering we came into this with $0. And the best part is, we're just getting started. As we continue pushing deeper into this cut, there's a good chance the ground could get even richer. If that happens, this claim could turn into something really special, and things could start ramping up very quickly from here. For now, though, this money is going to keep the wash plant running, keep fuel in the machines, and give us a solid foundation to build this mining operation the right way. Welcome back to episode 3 of our Gold Mining from Scratch series here on the Yukon Valley 16 X map. In today's episode, we're heading into September, and it's time to get this operation rolling once again. We'll be firing the wash plant back up, continuing to run pay dirt, and, most importantly, starting a massive expansion of our very first cut as we begin pushing this mine to the next level. Over the past 2 episodes, we've come a long way. We arrived here in the Yukon with nothing, took over a $1 million abandoned gold mining site, and slowly brought it back to life. We cleared trees, stripped overburden, opened up our first cut, and started chasing pay dirt. And after all that work, it finally paid off. We completed our first gold cleanout and walked away with our very first jar of gold, which we sold for nearly $35,000. That was a huge milestone for us because it proved there's real gold in this ground, and now it's time to build on that momentum. To kick things off today, we'll be jumping into our Ford F350 pickup truck and heading down to the mine site to get everything up and running. With the money from our first cleanout, the very first thing we invested in was diesel, because without fuel, this entire operation comes to a halt. We'll start by refueling the wash plant using the transfer tank in the back of the truck. That should give us more than enough fuel to get things going, and since we built up a bit of a pay dirt stockpile before shutting down last episode, we can start feeding the plant right away and begin building up more gold concentrate in the sluice boxes. Once we've worked through that initial pile, we're going to be making our first real upgrade to the mine, a dedicated on-site fuel tank. This is a simple upgrade, but a very important one. With the ability to store up to 5,000 liters of diesel right here at the claim, we'll be able to keep the wash plant running longer and cut down on downtime from constant fuel runs into town. After we get that tank set up and filled, we'll transfer fuel over to the wash plant, make sure everything is topped off, and then shift our focus back to mining. From there, it's time to get back into the cut. We'll fire up the Cat 349 excavator and our dump truck and begin digging and hauling more pay dirt out of our first cut. At this point, we've already worked through over half of this area. And while there's still plenty of material left, it's becoming pretty clear that we're going to run out sooner rather than later if we keep this pace up. And that's where today's big project comes in. As we continue mining, we'll also be preparing to expand this cut even further, pushing deeper and wider into the claim to expose more ground and hopefully uncover even richer pay dirt as we go. So far, it's looking like the further north we push into this cut, the richer the pay dirt is getting. And that's a really good sign for what's ahead. Because of that, when we start expanding today, we're going to focus on pushing this cut further north and opening things up into a massive mega cut. If this trend continues, we could be sitting on some seriously rich ground. But before we get to that, we've still got a good amount of pay dirt left in this first cut that we need to work through. So let's fire up the engines and see just how much pay dirt we can pull out of here today. If you're enjoying the Yukon Valley 16X gold mining series so far, make sure to like, drop a comment, and subscribe so you don't miss what's coming up next. We're starting to get into a really good rhythm here now. The excavator, dump truck, and wash plant are all working together nicely. And when everything is flowing like this, we should really start to see the gold begin to add up over time. It's all about keeping the machines moving and cutting down on any downtime as much as possible. But as we've started working into the back half of this cut, we're running into a bit of an issue. The slope on the edge is getting pretty steep, and it's starting to give our dump truck a hard time trying to climb out of here when it's fully loaded with pay dirt. So before this slows us down too much, I'm going to hop into the D4 dozer and see if we can smooth this edge out a bit, just to make it easier and more efficient for the truck to get in and out of the cut. Once we get the slope smoothed out and make things a bit easier on the dump truck, we'll get right back to work, continuing to build up our stockpile and keep the wash plant running. The goal here is to push as much pay dirt through the plant as possible before we shut things down and start expanding the cut. If we can keep everything moving, we should be able to build up a solid amount of gold concentrate in the sluice boxes, and hopefully enough to go ahead and do another clean out later today. This time though, we're not going to sell any of the gold right away. Instead, we'll hang on to it and start building up a bit of a reserve while we focus on opening up our new mega cut. Once that new area is fully cleared and ready to go, I'd like to dedicate a full day to running the wash plant nonstop. That'll give us a good idea of just how rich this new ground is and how much gold we can actually pull out of it. So far, it's definitely looking promising. The further north we push, the better the pay dirt seems to get. If that trend continues, we could be sitting right on top of a really good pay streak running alongside this river. For now though, let's keep pushing this cut a little further north, keep the plant fed, and make the most of the ground we've got cleared before we shut things down and kick off this big expansion. Well, there we go. Looks like the sluice boxes have filled up once again, and we've managed to pull out another full bucket of gold concentrate from everything we've run through the plant today. And honestly, that fell a lot quicker than the first clean out, which is a really good sign. That tells me the pay dirt we're working through right now is likely richer, and if that's the case, we're definitely moving in the right direction. So let's go ahead and get this concentrate over to the gold room and start the cleanup process. With any luck, we should end up with another full jar of gold, which we'll hang on to for now and start building up a bit of a reserve. After that, we'll jump back into the cut and make one final push with the wash plan for the day, build up one more pile of pay dirt, run it through, and squeeze out as much as we can before shutting everything down. And then it's time. We'll kick off the expansion and start opening up our brand new mega cut. Now that we've run all of that pay dirt through the wash plant, it's time to shut things down and move on to our next big project. And this has easily been our most successful day so far. We've already pulled one full bucket out of the sluice boxes, and it looks like we've almost had a second one built up in there again already, which is a really good sign for the ground we're working. But we're going to leave that concentrate sitting for now and save it for the next time we fire the plant back up. Because at this point, it's time to go bigger. We'll jump into the D4 dozer and start clearing out a new section of land, removing trees, brush, and anything else in the way so we can begin expanding this cut even further. And this time, I don't just want to go a little bigger. I want to go a lot bigger. Now that we know there's good gold in this ground, it only makes sense to open things up and give ourselves more room to work with. It's going to take some time to clear everything out and strip away the overburden. But once this new cut is fully opened up, we should be in a really good position to start pulling even more gold out of this area. This is where our operation really starts to grow. Let's fire up the dozer and get this expansion underway. The D4 dozer has made pretty quick work of clearing out all the trees and vegetation for our new expansion area. And now it's time to move on to the next step. We'll drop the rake off the front of the blade and head back into the area we just cleared to start pushing overburden and working our way down toward the pay dirt. Down closer to the river, we're already getting pretty close to pay dirt level, so that section shouldn't take too long. But as we start pushing further east into the hillside, that's where things are going to get a bit more challenging. There's going to be a lot more overburden to move, and it's going to take some time to work through all of it. We'll see how well the D4 can keep up with it. If it starts to struggle, we might have to take this hill down in stages, working it layer by layer and gradually cutting deeper each time. Either way, with a bit of patience and some steady work, we should be able to break through and get down to that gold-rich pay dirt. Let's get to pushing. clearing this hillside in stages definitely seems to be the best way to tackle all of this overburden with our D4 dozer. It's not the fastest method, but it's getting the job done. That being said, after working on this expansion today, it's pretty clear that a bigger dozer is something we're going to want to look into down the line. It would make these cut expansions a whole lot easier, but for now, the D4 is holding its own and getting us through it. All in all, we made some really solid progress here on our Yukon gold mine today. We ran a ton of pay dirt through the wash plant, and it's looking like we've got close to 2 full jars of gold waiting for us at the next cleanup. In the next episode, we're going to keep pushing forward with this expansion, clearing the rest of this overburden, getting this new cut fully opened up, and then finally start pulling pay dirt out of this fresh ground and running it through the plant. If this area is as rich as it's looking so far, we could be in for some really good gold. And once this expansion is fully opened up, I think it's time we give this cut a proper name. So if you've got any ideas for what we should call our very first cut here in the Yukon, drop them down in the comments. I'd love to hear what you guys come up with. Welcome back to episode 4 of our gold mining from scratch series here on the Yukon Valley 16X map. In today's episode, we're back out at the claim continuing work on our massive new mining operation. And this cut now officially has a name, Lone Wolf Creek. Shout out to Al Samson69 for the recommendation. I think this name fits the claim well with the location and the fact that I'm currently running this entire operation by myself. Hopefully in the future, we'll be able to bring in some more helping hands. Over the past few episodes, we've made some serious progress transforming this $1 million abandoned gold mine into a fully operational site. We started off small, opening up our first cut right next to the wash plant. That gave us the perfect opportunity to test out all of our equipment, dial everything in, and most importantly, run some of our first pay dirt to make sure there was actually gold here. And so far, things have been looking good. We've already managed to pull a decent amount of gold out of that first cut, which gave me the confidence to take things to the next level. After mining through nearly 2/3 of that original area, I made the decision to go all in, and that brings us to this massive new cut here at Lone Wolf Creek. This new cut is over 3 times larger than our original one, and if everything goes to plan, this is going to be the area that carries our entire operation through the rest of year 1. There's a ton of material to move and a lot of potential sitting in this hillside, but it's going to take a lot of work to get there. To kick things off today, we're jumping back into our Cat D 4 dozer and continuing the battle against this massive hill. In the last episode, we started stripping back the overburden, and I quickly realized this is no small job. This hillside is steep, it's deep, and with the size of the D4, we're really going to have to stay on top of it if we want to make good progress. I decided to take down the highest section first, and we managed to knock out a big portion of that upper layer. Now that we've got that cleared off, we can finally start working across the full width of the cut and really begin opening this thing up properly. There's still a lot of overburden left to move before we hit solid pay dirt across the entire cut, but once we do, that's when things really start to get exciting. The plan is to bring in our Cat 349 excavator and begin pulling out massive amounts of pay dirt and feeding it straight into the wash plant. My goal for today is to get this entire cut fully opened up and ready for mining before the sun goes down. That way, first thing in the morning, we can fire up the wash plant, get back to processing material from our original cut, and if everything goes well, we might even be able to hit our second gold cleanup of the series by the end of this episode. The sun is already starting to drop, so we're racing against time, but I think we've got a real shot at getting this done. Let's fire up the machines and get to work. If you're enjoying the Yukon Valley 16X gold mining series so far, make sure to like, drop a comment, and subscribe so you don't miss what's coming up next. This is definitely turning into one massive project. Trying to open up a cut this size with just our Cat D4 dozer, especially pushing into the side of this hill, is no small task. The deeper we go into this hillside, the more you really start to feel the limits of this machine. It's getting the job done, but it's definitely working for it. And honestly, this has made one thing pretty clear. If we're going to keep expanding like this and opening up even bigger cuts in the future, we're eventually going to need to step things up and bring in a larger dozer. I did take a look at what the local dealership has available, and they've got some serious machines that would make a project like this a whole lot easier. But right now, those are way out of our price range. We've still got a long way to go before we can afford anything bigger than the D4. But once we get this cut fully opened up and start pulling steady gold out of here, I have a feeling that could change pretty quickly. Because if this ground is as rich as it's been looking so far, this cut could end up being a game changer for us. That being said, I don't think the dozer is the only upgrade we should be thinking about. So I'm curious, what do you guys think we should upgrade first? The dozer is definitely high on the list, but once this cut is open up, we're going to have more than enough pay dirt here to keep us busy for the rest of year one. At that point, it might make more sense to improve something else in the operation first. Maybe a bigger excavator, a bigger dump truck, a more efficient loader, or even upgrading the wash plant so we can process material quicker. Because at the end of the day, it's not just about digging the dirt, it's about how efficiently we can move it and get it through the plant. We're about to have a lot of material coming out of this cut, so figuring out the most efficient setup is going to be key if we want to maximize how much gold we can pull out of this ground. For now, though, we'll keep pushing forward with what we've got and see just how much more progress we can make on this cut. Night is really starting to settle in now, and we're losing light fast. I've got the work lights fired up on the D4, and even with those on, you can definitely feel the day coming to an end. But looking at the cut, we're really close. I'm going to spend the last bit of daylight cleaning things up, working along the edges, and pushing back as much of this remaining overburden as I can. We've already moved a ton of material out of here, and you can really see how much this cut has opened up. At this point, the piles we've been pushing up the hillside have gotten so big that the D4 is starting to struggle to move them any further. So we're pretty much at the limit of what we could do tonight. But even with that, we've managed to open up a massive section of pay dirt, and this is exactly what we were working toward. Before we shut things down for the night, I want to take a bit of time to clean up the working area, just smoothing out the edges of the cut and shaping up the floor a bit. That'll make it a lot easier for our dump truck to get in and out safely once we start hauling material tomorrow. The last thing we want is to be fighting rough terrain when we're trying to keep everything moving efficiently. Once everything is cleaned up and ready to go, we'll get the dozer parked up for the night and head back to the camper trailer to get some rest. Then first thing in the morning, we'll be right back out here, firing up the wash plant, bringing the excavator in, and finally starting to pull some of this gold-rich pay dirt out of the ground. This is where all the work we've been putting in really starts to pay off. Now that we've made it through the night and the sun is back up, it's time to head back down to the mine and get everything ready to fire the operation back up. We'll start things off by checking in on a wash plant. From the last time we had it running, there should still be some gold concentrate sitting in the sluice boxes waiting for us. But before we even think about turning the plant back on, there's something a bit more important we need to deal with first: the tailings. Both our coarse and fine tailings are just about at full capacity, and if we let them fill up completely, the wash plant will automatically shut itself down. That's the last thing we want, especially now that we've got fresh ground opened up and ready to go. So to kick things off today, we'll fire up the Cat 908 loader that the dealership let us borrow and start clearing those tailings out of the plant. We'll be scooping everything out and pushing it off to the side, building up a pile well out of the way of our main operation. The goal here is to clear out enough capacity so we can keep the plant running smoothly for the rest of the day without any interruptions. Once we got that taken care of and the plant is ready to go, we'll shift our focus back to mining. Even though we've now opened up our brand new mega cut, we've still got a pretty good amount of pay dirt left in our original cut, and it doesn't make much sense to leave that behind. So before we move everything over, we'll finish mining out this last section and make sure we get every bit of gold we can from it. We'll get the Cat 349 excavator and the dump truck fired up and start pulling material out of the cut, hauling it over, and building up a solid stockpile right next to the wash plant. Once we've got a good pile ready to go, we'll jump into the Cat 963K track loader and start feeding that pay dirt into the plant. From there, it's just about keeping everything moving, digging, hauling, and processing as efficiently as we can. If everything goes to plan today, we should be able to pull out one, maybe even 2 full buckets of gold concentrate, and then we can send that over to the gold room to get processed into gold. And if that all comes together, we could be looking at another solid payday. Let's get everything fired up and see how much gold we can pull out of the ground today. There we go. Looks like our second full bucket of gold concentrate has just come out of the wash plant. That's exactly what we were hoping to see. Let's get this bucket moved over to the gold room so we can start processing it. And while that's going on, we'll keep the operation moving and feed the last bit of pay dirt through the plant. No sense letting anything go to waste after all the work we've put in today. Now, with these 2 fresh buckets of concentrate, plus the one we already sent over from the previous episode, we're sitting on a pretty solid haul here. If everything processes cleanly, we could be looking at 3 full jars of gold by the time we're done. And that would make this, by far, our biggest cleanup yet. But before we can cash in, there's still a couple things we need to take care of. We'll fire up the Ford F-350 and make our way back over to the plant. First, I want to transfer some fuel over to the generator to make sure everything stays running smoothly while the gold is being processed. After that, we'll grab our gold jars, get them loaded up, and head into town. This is the moment we've been working toward all episode. Time to find out exactly how much this cleanup is worth and see just how big of a payday we're walking away with today. Welcome back to episode 5 of our Gold Mining from Scratch series here on the Yukon Valley 16X map. In today's episode, we're finally diving into our brand new mega cut that we spent all of last episode clearing and preparing. But before we start pulling any pay dirt out of the ground, we've got some major upgrades to make to our mining operation. Over the past few episodes, we've built this gold mine up from absolutely nothing. We started with a small first cut right next to the wash plant, and slowly worked our way further north across this property. And one thing became very clear: the farther north we mined, the richer the pay dirt got. Each run through the wash plant kept getting better and better, which made the decision pretty easy. It was time to go all in and open up a much bigger cut. So that's exactly what we did. With the help of our Cat D4 dozer, we pushed an insane amount of overburden, carving into the side of this hill and exposing a massive new area of pay dirt. By the end of the last episode, we finally had the entire mega cut stripped down and ready to go. We even fired the wash plant back up and kept mining out the last bit of our original cut, but we haven't actually touched the new cut just yet. That all changes today. Today, we're finally going to start mining inside this brand new cut and find out just how rich this ground really is. But with the size of this operation now, our current equipment just isn't going to cut it anymore. So to kick things off, we're going to hop into our Ford F-350 and head down to the mine site. Once we get there, we'll fire up our current dump truck and take it over to the dealership because it's time to upgrade. With this new cut being much farther away from the wash plant, we need something bigger, faster, and a lot more efficient when it comes to hauling pay dirt. But that's not the only upgrade we're making. Before we even pick up our new rock truck, we're going to invest in something that our operation has been missing since day one: a proper heavy hauling setup. We'll be financing a semi-truck along with an H550 Brant beaver tail trailer, which will finally give us the ability to move our largest equipment around the map. And we're going to need it, because once that's taken care of, we'll head back to the mine, load up our Cat 349 excavator, and bring in to be traded in for a massive upgrade. With the scale of this new cut, it's time to step things up, so we're upgrading to the Cat 395 excavator, a much bigger machine with a larger bucket that's going to move a serious amount of material. Alongside that, we'll also be upgrading our haul truck to a Volvo A60H rock truck, which is nearly double the capacity of what we've been running. This is going to make a huge difference when it comes to building up large stockpiles and keeping the wash plant running consistently. Once we got all of our new equipment purchased, we'll start hauling everything back to the mine, get it all dialed in, and finally put it to the test inside our mega cut for the very first time. With how powerful this new setup is, I've got a feeling we're about to start moving through pay dirt a whole lot faster than expected. And if that's the case, this cut might not last nearly as long as we originally thought. So let's get everything set up, fire up the new machines, and see just how much gold this new ground is hiding. Let's get to work. If you're enjoying the Yukon Valley 16X gold mining series so far, Make sure to like, drop a comment, and subscribe so you don't miss what's coming up next. Now that we've made it back to mine with both our brand new Cat 395 excavator and the Volvo A60H rock truck, it's time to get everything dialed in and finally start mining into our new mega cut. This is a massive step up for our operation, and it might take a few loads to really get used to how these machines handle and work together. But once we get into a rhythm, I have a feeling we're going to be moving a serious amount of material compared to what we were doing before. So to kick things off, we're going to jump into the Cat 395 and start digging into this fresh pay dirt for the very first time. We'll begin loading up the A60H rock truck and hauling everything back over to the wash plant, just like we've been doing, but now, with nearly double the capacity, we should be able to build up our stockpiles much faster. Instead of constantly running back and forth, I want to take some time here and build up a massive stockpile. We're talking a few 100,000 liters of pay dirt sitting right next to the plant. This will not only give us a solid buffer to keep the wash plant running nonstop, but it'll also give us a great chance to really test out these new machines and fine-tune our workflow. Once we got a good pile built up, we'll hop into our Cat 963K track loader and start feeding the wash plant. With a stockpile that size, we should be able to keep the plant running smoothly for quite a while without having to stop and dig more material. At the same time, though, we're going to have to stay on top of our tailings. After everything we ran through the plant in the last episode, both the coarse and fine tailings are already starting to pile up again. So as soon as things start getting close to capacity, we'll fire up the Cat 908 wool loader and begin clearing those out to keep everything running efficiently. The last thing we want is the wash plant shutting down on us, right when we're getting into a good flow. Overall, this is going to be a huge test for our operation. We made some big investments today, and now it's time to see if they really pay off. Between the larger excavator, the higher capacity truck, and a more efficient setup, we should be able to move more pay dirt than ever before. And more importantly, we're about to find out just how rich this new ground really is. So let's fire everything up, get a system going, and start moving some serious material. Let's get to work. This has got to be one of the biggest stockpiles of pay dirt we've built up so far in this series. And honestly, we put this pile together way faster than I expected with our new equipment. The Cat 395 excavator and the Volvo A60H are already proving to be a massive upgrade. Everything is running pretty smoothly overall. There's still a few small kinks to work out here and there, but nothing major. That's just part of dialing in a new setup, and I'm confident we'll get everything running perfectly as we keep pushing forward. But now it's finally time. It's time to fire up the wash plant and start running some of this fresh pay dirt from our new mega cut for the very first time. Now, like I mentioned earlier, our wash plant is already starting to fill up with both coarse and fine tailings from everything we processed in the last episode. We've still got a bit of room left though, so what I'm going to do is get the plant running, feed in a few scoops from this massive pile, and then jump into the Cat 908 to start clearing out those tailings while the plant continues to run in the background. With how much material we're moving now, it's becoming pretty clear that our next bottleneck isn't digging. And it isn't hauling, it's the tailing system. The wash plant just can't keep up with how fast we're feeding it. And to make things a bit more challenging, it's pretty tight working around the plant with our track loader. So for now, we're stuck using the smaller Cat 908 since it's really the only machine that can maneuver in here and unload everything properly. It gets the job done, but it's definitely slowing things down. So moving forward, I think one of our next upgrades is going to have to be something that can handle these tailings faster and more efficiently. Because if we can solve that bottleneck, we'll be able to keep this plant running almost non-stop. But for now, let's see what this new ground has for us. If this pay dirt is anything like what we've been mining so far, or even better, we should start seeing a solid amount of gold concentrate coming out of this run. Everything we produce today is going to be sent over to the gold room. But instead of selling right away, we're going to start stockpiling it and building up toward a huge payday in the next episode. So this right here, this is where things really start to get interesting. Let's keep the plant running, stay on top of these tailings, and see just how much gold is hiding in this new mega cut. Let's get back to work. Well, I'd say that was a pretty successful day here at the mine. We brought in nearly $1 million worth of brand new heavy equipment, got everything delivered, set up, and immediately put it all to work inside our new mega cut. And honestly, the results speak for themselves. I'm actually pretty surprised at how much ground we managed to cover already. With how fast we're moving material now, we've made a serious dent in this cut in just one day. At this pace, we might end up mining through this entire area a lot quicker than I originally expected, which means we may have to start thinking about opening up another cut before the end of year one. And that's a good problem to have. On top of all that, after running all of that fresh pay dirt through the wash plant, we managed to pull out multiple buckets of gold concentrate, which have now been sent over to the gold room. As that gets processed down into clean gold, it's already looking like we've got at least a couple gold jars ready to go, and that's only from our first runs in the new cut. So things are definitely moving in the right direction. In the next episode, we're going to keep pushing deeper into this mega cut, continue building up those massive stockpiles of pay dirt, and keep the wash plant running as efficiently as possible. At the same time, we'll start stacking up even more gold as we work toward another big payday. And if everything keeps running like it did today, we might be looking at bringing in even more upgrades very soon to take this operation to the next level. Maybe even something big enough to open up an even larger cut. Welcome back to episode 6 of our Gold Mining from Scratch series here on the Yukon Valley 16X map. In today's episode, we're back out at our gold mine, continuing work on the brand new Lone Wolf Creek mega cut. And we're also making a huge upgrade that's going to take this entire operation to the next level. We've now made it to the end of September here in the Yukon, and honestly, year one has gone better than I ever expected. We've taken this place from an abandoned mine and turned it into a fully functioning operation, and things are only just getting started. Over the last few episodes, we opened up this massive new cut here on the property, and last episode, we officially began pulling pay dirt out of Lone Wolf Creek for the first time. Along with that, we brought in some serious new equipment to help scale things up. We upgraded to the CAT 395 excavator, which has a much larger bucket and is capable of moving a ton more material compared to our old CAT 349. We also brought in the Volvo A60H rock truck, which has been an absolute game changer when it comes to hauling large loads of pay dirt across this rough terrain. And on top of that, we added a full heavy haul setup, including a semi-truck and the Brant H550 Beavertail trailer, which is going to make moving equipment around this map a whole lot easier as we continue expanding the mine. Now all of these upgrades have already made a massive difference. Last episode alone, we managed to mine nearly a third of this entire cut, which is honestly way faster than I expected. At this rate, we might end up running out of ground here sooner than planned, which is a good problem to have. But with all that increased production, we've also started to run into our first real bottleneck. Our current wash plant simply can't keep up. We're now producing pay dirt faster than we can process it. And that's exactly why today, we're going to be making another major investment into the operation. We're bringing in a second wash plant. To kick things off, we're going to hop into the Ford F350 and make our way down to the mine so we can start getting everything set up for this upgrade. I've already cleared out all of the gold concentrate from our current plant and moved it over to the gold room. So now we've got a clean slate to work with. The plan is to completely rework this area, sell off our current wash plant, and replace it with 2 wash plants side by side, allowing us to process twice the material and keep up with the pace we're mining at. Once both plants are placed and fully set up, we'll need to make a few adjustments to the terrain. I'll jump into the D4 dozer and cut in a new slope so our rock truck can still access the drop-off point, since the second wash plant is going to block our original route. After that, we'll fuel everything up using the transfer tank in the back of the pickup and get both wash plants ready to go. And once everything is up and running, that's where things really start to get interesting. We'll jump back into the CAT 395, start loading up the Volvo A60H with pay dirt, and begin hauling it over to the wash plants. The goal is to build up a massive stockpile right between the 2 plants, and then put both of them to the test to see if we can actually keep them fed at the same time. If this works the way I'm expecting it to, we should be processing more gold than ever before. And by the end of the day, we'll load everything up and head into town for what could be our biggest gold payday yet. Let's head down a mine and get this upgrade underway. If you're enjoying the Yukon Valley 16X gold mining series so far, make sure to like, drop a comment, and subscribe so you don't miss what's coming up next. Alright, so now that both of our new wash plants are fully set up, fueled, and ready to go, it's finally time to put this upgrade to the test. We're going to jump back into the Cat 395 excavator and start loading up paydirt into the Volvo A60H. The first goal here is to build up a large stockpile right between the two wash plants. So once we start running material, we can keep both of them fed without any downtime. With how fast this excavator and rock truck combo can move material, it shouldn't take long before we've got a pretty massive pile built up. Once we've got enough paydirt staged, that's when we'll switch over to the Cat 963 K-tracked loader and begin feeding both plants. The way I'm going to run this is pretty simple, but it should be a lot more efficient. I'll start by filling up the first wash plant until the hopper reaches capacity, and then immediately move over and do the same with the second plant. From there, it's just going to be a constant back and forth, keeping both hoppers topped up so they're always processing material. The goal is to eliminate as much downtime as possible. Instead of waiting on one plant to finish before loading again, we'll have two plants running simultaneously, which should massively increase the amount of paydirt we can process in a single day. Another big advantage of running two plants like this is how it spreads out the workload. Our coarse and fine tailings are going to be split between both machines, which means we won't be filling them up nearly as quickly. And that saves us time not having to constantly stop and empty everything out. That being said, if this system works as well as I'm expecting, tailings could still become our next bottleneck pretty quickly. So if we start seeing those piles build up, the next upgrade might be bringing in a larger loader or dedicated machine just to handle tailings and keep everything flowing. But for now, this is the moment we've been working toward. We've got the equipment, we've got the material, and we've got double the processing power. Let's build up a massive pile of paydirt and see if we can keep both of these wash plants running at full capacity at the same time. Let's get to work. All right, we've now pulled a serious amount of pay dirt out of our Lone Wolf Creek cut. And let's take a look at this pile. We got a massive stockpile built up right between both wash plants. This is exactly what we were working toward, because now it's finally time to fire these up and see what happens when we try running 2 wash plants at the same time. Up until now, our biggest limitation since upgrading our equipment has been the wash plant itself. We've been able to mine pay dirt faster and faster with the Cat 395 and the Volvo A60H, but once that hopper fills up, everything slows down. You end up just sitting there waiting for the plant to process what's already inside before you can keep going. And that's been our biggest source of downtime. But now, with 2 plants running side by side, we should be able to completely change that. So here's the plan. I'm going to start by filling up the hopper on this first wash plant and bring it right up to full capacity. As soon as that's full, we're not waiting around anymore. We're immediately going to swing over to the second plant and start filling that one. By the time the second hopper fills up, the first plant should already be working its way through that load. And then we just keep rotating back and forth. The goal here is to create a constant flow. Instead of stopping and waiting, we're always loading, always moving, and always keeping both plants running at the same time. If everything works the way I'm expecting, this should let us process way more pay dirt in a single run and really start scaling up gold production here on the mine. This is a completely new system for us, and honestly, it's going to be interesting to see how well we can keep up with it. We've got the equipment, we've got the material, and now we've got double the processing power. Let's fire these plants up and put this whole setup to the test. Alright, well that right there went way better than expected. We absolutely flew through that entire stockpile of pay dirt. And honestly, running these 2 wash plants side by side felt incredibly smooth. There was no downtime at all, no waiting around for hoppers to clear, no slow moments, just constant loading and continuous processing the entire time. And that's exactly what we were hoping for. You can already tell this setup is a massive upgrade. The amount of material we just pushed through both plants compared to running a single plant is on a completely different level. Now that we've cleared out that pile, it's time to keep things moving. We're going to jump back into the Cat 395 excavator and head back into the cut to start building up another stockpile. With how fast this setup is running now, we're going to need a steady supply of pay dirt just to keep both plants fed. So the plan is to build up another large pile, get both wash plants running again, and just keep repeating this cycle. Mine, stockpile, process over and over. And this is where things really start to pay off. Because with both plants running like this, we should be generating a huge amount of gold concentrate in a very short amount of time. Once we've run this next batch through, we'll go ahead and pull all of the concentrate out of both wash plants, get transported over to the gold cleaning room, and start processing everything down into gold. At this point, we should be sitting on a pretty serious collection of gold jars. And if everything adds up the way I'm expecting, this could easily turn into our biggest payday yet here on the mine. So once we've got everything cleaned up and loaded, we'll throw all that gold into the back of the pickup and make a run into town to cash it in. But first, we've got more ground to move. Let's get back into the cut, build up another mountain of pay dirt, and keep this operation running at full capacity. With that last load dumped, we've now got another massive stockpile of paydirt build up and ready to go right here between both wash plants. And once again, we've managed to pull a serious amount of material out of the Lone Wolf Creek cut today. This operation is really starting to move now, and you can definitely feel how much faster everything is flowing with this new setup. Now that we've got this pile ready, it's time to switch back over to processing. I'm going to jump into the CAT 963K track loader and start feeding this entire stockpile into both wash plants, just like we did before, running back and forth and keeping both hoppers filled as consistently as possible. At this point, we should start seeing gold concentrate coming out of both plants pretty quickly, and that's where things start to get exciting. As soon as those buckets start filling up, I'll grab them and begin hauling everything over to the gold cleaning room so we can keep that side of the operation moving as well. The goal here is to process as much material as possible before we shut things down for the day. With 2 wash plants running, we should be generating a pretty large amount of concentrate, which means we should be ending the day with a solid stack of gold ready to go. Once we've worked through this entire pile, we'll go ahead and shut both wash plants down, hop back in the pickup truck, and get everything refueled and ready for tomorrow, so we can come back and hit the ground running again. After that, we'll head over to the gold room, see just how many gold jars we've managed to produce, and get everything loaded up into the truck. And then, it's time for the best part. We'll make the trip into town and sell it all off, and see just how much money we were able to pull out of the ground today. Let's get this pile fed through the plants and see what kind of gold we're sitting on. Well, that right there was by far our biggest payday yet. We ended up with 6 full jars of gold, which brought in just about $200,000 in profit. And honestly, that is exactly what we needed to see after all the money we've been pouring back into this operation. Between the new wash plants, the excavator, the rock truck, and all the supporting equipment, we've made some pretty major investments over the last couple episodes. And a lot of that comes with monthly payments. So seeing a return like this already starting to come in is a really good sign that this mine is heading in the right direction, and we shouldn't have any issues keeping up with those payments as long as we can keep production where it's at, or even push it further. After selling everything off, we didn't waste any time. We headed straight back down to the Lone Wolf Creek cut and got right back to work, continuing to pull more pay dirt out of the ground, so we're ready to go again next episode. We've now started working our way over onto the west side of the cut, and the plan from here is to gradually mine this entire side out, leaving just a strip of pay dirt down the center that will come back and finish off at the very end. And with how fast we're moving material now, it's becoming pretty clear that we might actually run out of ground here sooner than expected. So that brings up the next big question. Do we continue expanding the Lone Wolf Creek cut even further? Or do we start looking for an entirely new section of land to open up? We've still got nearly 100 acres of land that we own here, so there's definitely more ground to explore, but the big unknown is whether or not there's as much gold out there as what we've been finding here in this cut. And before we commit to opening up a whole new area, it might be worth bringing someone in to do a bit of prospecting and see what we're really working with. But for now, everything is moving in the right direction. We've got 2 wash plants running strong, production is up, and we're already building up the next stockpile for another big run. Next episode, we're going to keep pushing hard, process even more material, and see if we can beat today's numbers. Welcome back to episode 7 of our Gold Mining from Scratch series here on the Yukon Valley 16X map. In today's episode, we're heading back down into Lone Wolf Creek as we continue pulling paved dirt out of the massive extension cut that we opened up a few episodes ago. Now in our short time here in the Yukon Valley, we've already made some really solid progress. We started this adventure by taking over an old abandoned gold mine. And since then, we've completely transformed this place into a growing mining operation that's really starting to gain momentum. From opening up our first cut, to bringing in nearly $1 million in total profits, to investing that money right back into bigger and better equipment. It's been really exciting to watch this mine continue to grow episode after episode. Last episode was a huge turning point for this operation because we made what may be one of the biggest upgrades yet. We purchased and installed a second gold wash plant, and that single upgrade has completely changed how much material we're capable of processing. We're now washing far more pay dirt than ever before, and for the first time it feels like we're beginning to build a true large-scale gold mining operation here in the Yukon Valley. To kick things off today, I'll be jumping back into our Cat 395 excavator, getting right back to work loading pay dirt into our Volvo, a 60H rock truck. We've already got a decent pile of pay dirt sitting between our 2 wash plants, but today I want to build that up even more before we start washing. My plan is to actually create 2 separate stockpiles of pay dirt, one pile beside each wash plant, which should allow us to build up, well, over double the amount of material we normally stockpile before firing up the plants. Once we get those 2 big piles built up, I'll shut down the excavator and rock truck, jump into our Cat 963K tracked loader, and begin feeding both wash plants, rotating back and forth between each one, just like we did in the last episode. A couple episodes ago, we opened up this massive extension to our Lone Wolf Creek cut, more than doubling the original size of this mining area. To make that happen, we put our Cat D4 dozer to work moving huge amounts of overburden, stripping layer after layer of material off the top until we finally reached fresh pay dirt. That was a lot of work, but now we're really starting to reap the rewards of opening up that extra ground. On top of that, we've also made some major equipment upgrades recently that have completely changed how fast we're able to mine. We brought in the massive Cat 395 excavator, and this machine has been an absolute beast. With every bucket, it's pulling huge scoops of pay dirt, and it's loading trucks in almost no time at all. Compared to where we started, It's a night and day difference in productivity. And speaking of hauling, we also recently upgraded to our 60-ton Volvo, a 60H rock truck, and this machine has been another massive improvement for the mine. Compared to our original dump truck, we're now carrying well over double the material per load, which has dramatically sped up how quickly we can build stockpiles next to the wash plants. That means less downtime hauling, bigger piles of pay dirt, and much more consistent production once the wash plants fire up. Everything is starting to work together really well. The goal for today is to continue working through this extension cut, and so far we've already put a pretty serious dent into it. Honestly, I'd say we're getting pretty close to being halfway mined through this extension, which is honestly surprising. When we first opened this cut, I thought it would keep us busy all the way through the end of year one. But with the equipment upgrades we've made recently, it's becoming clear we're chewing through this ground much faster than expected. And that creates a new challenge. We're going to need more ground to mine, and sooner than expected. Later on in today's episode, we're going to start prospecting new ground and looking around our property for where our next cut could be opened. The land we purchased at the beginning of this series is just under 100 acres, and so far we've really only disturbed about 5 to 10 acres of that land, which means there's still a huge amount of untouched ground left to explore. If everything goes well, we may even start breaking ground on our next mega cut before today is over. And if we bring in another strong payday from gold sales, I'm seriously considering upgrading our Cat D4 dozer, because if we're going bigger on the next cut, we're going to need a much bigger machine to strip all of that overburden efficiently. For now though, let's keep building these stockpiles, get both wash plants running, and see how much gold we can pull out today. If you're enjoying the Yukon Valley 16X gold mining series so far, make sure to like, drop a comment, and subscribe so you don't miss what's coming up next. Well, it's starting to look like we've got a couple really solid piles of pay dirt built up beside each of our wash plants now. And honestly, I'd say we're in a great spot to finally shut down the mining side of the operation for a little while and switch our focus over to processing. I think I'm going to grab one final load of pay dirt out of the Lone Wolf Creek cut, get that dumped onto one of these piles, and then we'll go ahead and shut down both the Cat 395 excavator and the Volvo A60H rock truck for the day. After that, it'll finally be time to get both of our wash plants fired back up. And with the size of the stockpiles we've built up here today, we should have plenty of pay dirt on hand to keep both plants running for a good stretch. That's exactly what I was hoping for. Having enough material stockpiled where we can really settle into a nice rhythm, keep both plants fed, and let this new two-plant setup do what it was built to do. If everything goes according to plan, we should be able to wash a huge amount of pay dirt today, pull out a good amount of gold concentrate, and hopefully turn all of that concentrate into another big gold payday, which will go a long way toward funding the next major expansion of this mine. And right now, that next big goal is opening up our next mega cut. The faster we can keep bringing gold in, the sooner we can start moving dirt on the next big mining area. The good news is, both wash plants are still fully fueled with diesel from the last episode, so there's really not much prep work left to do. At this point, it should be as simple as firing both plants up, getting everything running, and then jumping into our Cat 963K tracked loader to begin feeding pay dirt into the hoppers. Just like we did last episode, I'll split my time between both plants. I'll fill up the first wash plant and get it processing, then move over to the second plant and get that hopper loaded up as well. From there, I'll just keep rotating back and forth between each wash plant, keeping both of them fed and working our way through these huge piles of pay dirt. With two plants running side by side, we should be processing material at a pretty incredible rate. And if we pull enough gold concentrate out of all this pay dirt, we should start seeing buckets of concentrate spawning on the ground beside the plants. As soon as I see those buckets start appearing, I'll hop out, load them up, and get them delivered over to the gold cleaning room so we can start processing that concentrate into gold right away. That way, by the time we finish washing all of this material, we should already have a nice stack of gold jars ready to be sold off. So we've got plenty of pay dirt built up, both wash plants are fueled and ready to go, and now it's time to see just how much gold we can pull out of all the material we just mined from Lone Wolf Creek. Let's fire up these wash plants and get to work. Well, I'd say that'll just about do it for this round of washing. Even with those two massive piles of pay dirt that we build up beside the wash plants, we managed to work through both of them surprisingly quickly. And honestly, that really shows just how much production we've gained since bringing in our second wash plant. Not long ago, a stockpile that size probably would have kept us busy for quite a while. But now, with two wash plants running side by side, we're burning through material at an incredible pace. And that's a really good sign for the future of this operation. It means we're processing more pay dirt, pulling more concentrate, and ultimately giving ourselves a much better chance at bringing in bigger and more consistent gold paydays. While feeding both plants today, we managed to pull out multiple buckets of gold concentrate, and over in our gold cleaning room, everything is already busy processing. Right now, that concentrate is being worked down into finished gold, and hopefully by the time we check back in, we should have a few fresh jars of gold ready to be sold off. And if we do, that should give us another nice injection of cash that we can put right back into growing this mine. But now it's time to start shifting our focus toward the next big project. And honestly, I think we're at the point where we need to start thinking ahead. After taking a quick look around our Lone Wolf Creek cut, it's becoming pretty obvious that we're starting to get near the end of the easily accessible pay dirt in this area. At the rate we're mining now, I'd say we probably only have enough material left in this cut to keep our wash plants running for maybe 1 or 2 more full working days. And that's really not much time at all, especially with how fast this operation is growing. So I think the time has officially come to begin looking for our next cut. We own just under 100 acres of land here in the Yukon Valley, and so far we've only touched a small fraction of that property. There's still a lot of untouched ground out there, and somewhere on this land is going to be the location of our next major mining project. I'm going to jump into our Ford F-350 pickup truck, head out of the Lone Wolf Creek cut, and start prospecting some of the areas I've had my eye on. Right now, there are actually 2 different spots on this property that look really promising. Both areas have relatively open terrain. Both seem like they'd offer plenty of room for a large mining operation. And most importantly, they don't look overly packed with trees, which means we could get to work clearing them fairly quickly. Honestly, both locations look good enough that we'll probably end up mining both of them at some point in this series. But today, I need to choose which one becomes our next active cut. We'll take a drive out to each area, get a good look at the terrain, and see what makes the most sense. I'm probably going to lean toward whichever spot is flatter, easier to access with equipment, and has the least amount of trees and foliage to clear out. The faster we can get a site opened up, the faster we can start pulling pay dirt out of it. And right now, time is becoming a factor. We're now getting close to the end of September in year 1, and here in the Yukon, winters can be absolutely brutal. Once that cold weather rolls in and the ground starts freezing solid, mining operations are going to become much more difficult, if not completely shut down for the season. So if we want to keep momentum going, we need to get this next cut opened up as quickly as possible. Once we've checked out both areas, we'll head back over to Lone Wolf Creek, check in on the gold cleaning room, and see just how many jars of gold we managed to pull from today's mining. And from there, we may be making another major upgrade. At that point, I'll fire up our semi-truck, hook up the Brand H550 Beavertail heavy haul trailer, and get our Cat D4 dozer loaded up. I'll also load any gold jars we produce today into the truck, so we can make a trip into town. First, we'll stop at the gold sell point and cash in whatever gold we produced. And then we'll continue on to the local dealership, because I think it might finally be time to trade in our Cat D4 and bring in a much bigger bulldozer. If we're truly about to open our first mega cut, we're going to need a machine big enough to handle it. Well, after selling off all of the gold jars that we processed from today's mining, we managed to bring in another $100,000, which is a really solid payday and another big step forward for this growing operation. And on top of that, after trading in our old Cat D4 dozer, we managed to push our total cash on hand up to right around $500,000, which put us in a great position to make another major investment into the future of this mine. And that's exactly what we did. I went ahead and invested about $160,000 into our newest machine. And this is a big one. We've officially upgraded to this massive Cat D7 bulldozer. And this should be a very nice step up compared to the D4 that's been working hard for us up until this point. Now don't get me wrong, the D4 was a great starter machine and it helped us accomplish a lot here in the early days of this mine. It opened up our first cut, helped strip overburden in Lone Wolf Creek, and played a huge role in helping us get this mining operation off the ground. But as we continue to grow, our equipment needs to grow right along with us. And with the size of the next cut that I have in mind, the D4 just wasn't going to be enough machine anymore. This new Cat D7 should be a massive improvement. We've got more horsepower, a heavier machine, a much bigger blade, and overall a lot more pushing power, which should make clearing vegetation, knocking down trees, and moving overburden much faster and much more efficient. And that's exactly what we're going to need for what comes next. Now that we got our brand new dozer loaded up and strapped down on the trailer, it's time to start making our way over to the new area where we'll begin opening up our next cut. And honestly, this could end up being the beginning of our first true mega cut here in the Yukon Valley. Once we arrive, the very first job is going to be getting all of this ground completely cleared of trees, brush, and vegetation. There's a fair amount of cleanup work that needs to happen before we can even think about mining. But that's where this new D7 should really shine. I've got a rake attachment mounted up front, so once we unload the dozer, we'll begin ripping through this new ground, pulling up vegetation, clearing brush, and knocking down any trees that stand in our way. As we work through the area, we'll start opening everything up and really getting a feel for just how much room we have to work with. And once all of that surface cleanup is finished, that's when the real work begins. That's when we start stripping overburden, cutting down toward pay dirt, and officially opening up what will become our next major mining operation. Now, while I was over at the dealership, they actually mentioned something that really caught my attention. Apparently, they've got a brand new wash plant that should be arriving in stock very soon. And from the way they were talking, it sounds like this thing is on a completely different level. By the sounds of it, it would make the wash plants we're currently running look absolutely tiny. So naturally, I'm very interested to see what shows up, because if it's what I'm imagining, that could completely change the future of this operation. But before we start dreaming too far ahead, we've got plenty of work to do right here in front of us. We've got new ground to clear, a brand new dozer to put to work, and the beginning of what could become our biggest cut yet. Let's put this new Cat D7 to the test as we begin clearing our new mega cut. Let's get to work. Well guys, that is going to wrap things up for today's episode here on our gold mining from scratch series on Yukon Valley. I'd say we made some really solid progress today. We pulled a huge amount of paid dirt out of Lone Wolf Creek, kept both of our wash plants running, processed more gold, and brought in another $100,000 payday, which gave us the money we needed to make yet another major upgrade for this growing mining operation. And honestly, I'm really excited about this one. Our brand new Cat D7 bulldozer should be a massive improvement over the D before that got us started. And after seeing it out here working today, I think this machine is going to be exactly what we need to take this mine to the next level. We also officially started breaking ground on what could become our first true mega cut here in the Yukon Valley. So far, we've already knocked down a huge number of trees, ripped up a lot of vegetation, and really started opening this new area up. But we've still got a lot of work left to do before we're ready to mine. This is just the beginning. Next episode, we'll be jumping right back into our new cut and continuing the clearing process. We've still got plenty more trees to knock down, more brush and vegetation to rip out, and once the surface is finally cleared, it'll be time to start moving some serious dirt. That's when we'll begin stripping away the overburden and start working our way down toward what we're all hoping is a rich layer of paid dirt underneath. And that's when things are really going to get exciting. But there's also another big question that we're going to need to figure out very soon. Once we start mining pay dirt out of this new mega cut, what's our plan for washing it? Do we continue hauling all of that pay dirt back over to our two current wash plants at Lone Wolf Creek? Or do we start looking into bringing an entirely new wash plant dedicated to this new mining operation? And after what I heard at the dealership today about that massive new wash plant that could be arriving soon, I've definitely got my eye on that possibility. By the time we're ready to start mining this new cut, maybe they'll have that new beast in stock. And if they do, it could completely change how we expand this mine moving forward. We've got a lot of big decisions ahead, a lot of dirt left to move, and what could be our biggest mining project yet is just getting started. Welcome back to episode 8 of our gold mining from scratch series here on the Yukon Valley 16X map. In today's episode, we're heading back over to our brand new mining site as we continue clearing trees, ripping up vegetation, and officially begin opening what should become our biggest gold mining cut yet here in the Yukon. Over the past few episodes, this operation has been growing very quickly. What started out as a small abandoned mine has already turned into a very successful first year of mining. We've expanded our original Lone Wolf Creek cut, invested heavily into new equipment, brought in a second wash plant, upgraded to our massive Cat 395 excavator, added our huge Volvo, a 60H rock truck, and managed to pull in some very solid profits while building this operation up from scratch. But with all of those upgrades came one big problem. We started burning through ground much faster than expected. Our original mining cut, along with the extension we opened up, simply isn't going to be enough to keep our growing mining operation running much longer, especially now that we're capable of washing more pay dirt than ever before. That meant it was time to expand. And in the last episode, we finally made the decision to venture farther out across our 100-acre property here in the Yukon and begin prospecting for the next area, where we could open a brand new mine. After scouting out a couple very promising locations, we finally settled on this 20-acre section of untouched ground, and honestly, it feels like the perfect place to build our next mega cut. To prepare for a mine of this size, I also made another major upgrade to our fleet. I traded in our Cat D4 dozer and stepped up into a much larger machine, our brand new Cat D7 dozer. This machine is going to be absolutely critical moving forward. With its larger blade, extra weight, and much greater pushing power, the D7 should be exactly what we need to clear huge amounts of overburden and open a cut on a scale we simply couldn't have managed with the old D4. And with our first year in the Yukon quickly winding down, we're now in the back half of September. Time is becoming a major factor. Winter is getting closer. And once the cold weather fully rolls in and the ground freezes solid, mining operations are going to become much more difficult. So if we want this new mine up and running before winter, we need to move quickly. To kick things off today, we'll be hopping back into our Cat D7 dozer and continuing work on clearing this new ground. There are still some trees, brush, and vegetation standing in our way. So the first part of today's job is finishing off that clearing operation and getting this entire site stripped down so we can officially begin pushing dirt and working our way toward the gold-rich pay dirt hiding underneath. And honestly, so far, the new D7 has been an absolute beast. It's been ripping up vegetation, knocking down trees, and clearing ground much faster than our old dozer ever could. We started on the west side of this property and have slowly been working our way east. And now we're down to just one final section that still needs to be cleared. Let's fire up the D7 and finish this last stretch. Once that final section is cleared, things get really exciting because at that point, we can finally move into the next phase of building this mine, stripping overburden and digging down toward pay dirt. My plan for this new cut is to use the wider western side of this property as the first main mining area. There's a lot of open room there, which should give us plenty of space to build a large cut and begin mining aggressively. Over on the narrower eastern side, I'm planning to save a big section of land for infrastructure, specifically for our next wash plant setup. If you caught the last episode, you may remember hearing the rumor that our local dealership is supposedly about to bring in a massive new wash plant, one that makes what we're currently running look small. And honestly, that sounds exactly like what this new mega cut needs. I don't know exactly how big this plan is going to be, how much ground it'll require, or what kind of investment it'll take to bring in, but I have a feeling it's going to be huge. So I want to leave plenty of room here to build around it. Because if that plant is as big as people are saying, it could completely change our operation. Our main goal for today is simple: get down to pay dirt. Before we start pushing massive amounts of overburden, I want to know exactly what we're dealing with. Once this clearing is finished, I'll head back over to our semi-truck and heavy haul trailer, make the trip back to Lone Wolf Creek, and load up our Cat 395 excavator. I'll also grab our land surveyor equipment, and we'll bring both back over here to this new cut. Once everything arrives, I'll begin digging a test hole with the excavator so we can find out exactly how deep we need to go before reaching the gold-rich pay layer. And once we hit pay dirt, that's when we can really start planning this mine properly. I'll set up our surveyor at that depth, configure the dozer to grade down toward that target elevation, remove the rake from the front blade, and then officially begin pushing huge amounts of overburden off to the side as we open up this massive new cut. I'm expecting the west edge of this property won't require us to dig very deep at all. But as we move east, this ground starts climbing pretty aggressively. And by the time we reach the far side, I wouldn't be surprised if we're digging through 10 feet or more of overburden before we finally reach pay dirt. That's a huge amount of material to move. But underneath all that dirt could be some very rich ground. This entire section of land is completely untouched. It has never been mined before, which makes this one of the most exciting pieces of ground we've looked at so far in this series. And honestly, I can't wait to see what kind of gold is hiding underneath it. Let's finish clearing this ground, start digging down, and hopefully strike gold in our brand new mega cut. If you're enjoying the Yukon Valley 16X gold mining series so far, make sure to like, drop a comment, and subscribe so you don't miss what's coming up next. Now that we've made our way back over to the Lone Wolf Creek cut, it's time to start gathering up the equipment we need for the next major phase of this operation. First up, we need to go grab our Cat 395 excavator, which is still sitting down in the cut, right where we left it at the end of the last episode after we wrapped up mining. This machine has been an absolute workhorse for us so far, and now it's about to play a very important role in helping us officially open up our next mine. I'll get the 395 fired up, and then we'll slowly walk this massive excavator across the mine site and over to our lowboy trailer so we can get it loaded up and ready for transport. Once we get the Cat 395 loaded up and chained down, there's one more thing we need to bring with us: our land surveying equipment. That surveyor is going to be incredibly important for opening this new cut the right way, because before we start pushing massive amounts of dirt around, we need to know exactly how deep we need to go to reach pay dirt. So before we leave Lone Wolf Creek, I'll run over, pack up the surveying equipment, get loaded onto the trailer, and get everything strapped down nice and secure. Once all of our equipment is loaded up, we'll hit the road and begin making the trip over to our new mega cut. And honestly, this is where things really start getting exciting, because once we arrive, we're officially going underground. The first thing I'll do when we get there is unload both the land surveyor and the Cat 395 excavator, and then I'll make my way over into the freshly cleared area with the excavator so we can begin digging our very first test hole in this new mine. We're going to start over on the west side of the property, since that's where the land sits at its lowest elevation. Like I mentioned earlier, I'm expecting we won't have to dig very deep in that section before we start finding our first bit of gold-rich pay dirt, which will be the perfect place for us to begin opening this cut. And honestly, I'm really curious to see what we find. This ground is completely untouched, never mind before. And that means we have no clue just how rich this pay layer could be. There's always a bit of excitement in moments like this, because every scoop brings us closer to finding out what's hidden underneath all this untouched ground. Hopefully, it's rich, very rich. Once we finally expose that first layer of pay dirt, I'll move the excavator off to the side and bring in our land surveyor. I'll get it positioned exactly where we found pay dirt and set it to that depth, which will officially establish our target elevation for opening this mine. From there, I'll hop back into our Cat D7 dozer, remove the rake setup, configure the blade with the land surveyor, and at that point, everything changes, because that's when we stop clearing land and officially start opening a gold mine. At that point, it'll be time to begin pushing massive amounts of overburden, cutting down through layers of dirt, and working our way across this property as we strip everything away until nothing but gold-rich pay dirt is left behind. That's when this new site officially becomes our next mega cut. And with the size of this area and the scale of operation I have planned, this could very quickly become the biggest and most productive mine we've opened yet here in the Yukon. I gotta say, I am absolutely loving this new Cat D7 dozer so far. The upgrade from our old D4 to this machine has been a complete game changer. And after spending some real seat time in it today, I can already tell this dozer is going to become one of the most important machines in our entire mining operation moving forward. There's just something incredibly satisfying about pushing dirt with this beast. The amount of material this machine can move in a single pass is impressive. The extra weight and horsepower really show when you put the blade down, and honestly, it feels like there's almost nothing that can stop this thing once it starts digging in and pushing. That's exactly what we needed for a project of this size. And so far, it's proving that upgrade was money very well spent. We've already managed to strip away a fairly large section of ground. And when you look back over what we've opened up already, it's pretty exciting to see how quickly this new cut is starting to take shape. But at the same time, we're honestly not even close to how far I want to take this. This is still just the beginning. The vision I have for this new mega cut is much, much bigger. And now that we've officially exposed paid dirt and started opening things up, I'm starting to get a much better feel for what this ground is actually going to require from us. Like I mentioned earlier in the episode, the farther east we push into this new cut, the steeper this hillside becomes. And that means one very important thing. Every foot farther we move east, we have to dig deeper and deeper to reach pay dirt. At first, over on the west edge, we barely had to cut down at all before we started finding gold-bearing ground. But now that we've started slicing into this hillside, we're really beginning to see just how much overburden is sitting on top of the pay layer. At this point, the cut bank we're working against is already climbing well over halfway up the side of our D7. And when you stop and think about that, this machine stands right around 12 feet tall, which means we're already digging through roughly 6 feet of overburden, and in some spots we may even be pushing beyond that. That is a massive amount of dirt to move. And the crazy part is, the D7 is handling it like it's nothing. It's still pushing hard, still cutting clean, and still moving material incredibly well. Honestly, I'm blown away by how capable this machine feels. Before we push much farther into the hillside though, I do want to take a little time and clean up the area we've already stripped. As we've been making pass after pass with the D7, moving all of this overburden, quite a bit of loose dirt has been spilling off the sides of the blade and getting left behind throughout the main section of the cut. That's pretty normal when you're moving this much material, especially when you're pushing heavy loads and trying to carry as much dirt as possible in each pass. But it started to leave a lot of loose overburden scattered across ground that we've already stripped down. Before we keep expanding, I want to get that cleaned up. So I'm going to spend a little time going back through the main stripped area, gathering up all of that loose material that's been left behind, and pushing it out toward the edge of the cut where we've been piling our overburden. That'll leave this whole section much cleaner, open up more working room, and most importantly, it'll leave behind a nice clean layer of exposed pay dirt across the ground we've already opened up. Once we get all of that loose material pushed out of the way, we'll have a much better idea of exactly how much productive mining ground we've already uncovered, and we'll officially have our first section of this new mega cut cleaned up and ready to mine from whenever we're ready to bring equipment in. After we get that cleanup finished, we'll head right back over to the hillside where we left off and continue cutting deeper into it. At that point, it's just going to come down to one of two things. Either we push far enough in to create the size of cut I'm looking for, or eventually we reach a point where even the Cat D7 starts working a little too hard, and we decide that a good stopping point for this first phase of expansion. Either way, we still got plenty of room to grow, and that's what's really exciting about this site. Like I mentioned at the beginning of the episode, I still want to reserve a large section of land where we can eventually level everything off and build a proper pad for the massive new wash plant that we're planning to bring in very soon. The future plant is going to need a lot of space, but even after leaving room for that, we still have a huge amount of ground available here to continue expanding this cut, which means this mine could end up becoming absolutely massive. Let's keep pushing dirt and see just how big we can make this new mega cut. I gotta say, we've really started opening this new cut up now, and in some of these deeper sections, we're pushing through what looks to be close to 10 feet of overburden, which is honestly pretty incredible when you stop and think about it. That's nearly as deep as this Cat D7 dozer is tall. When you're sitting in the cab, pushing into these banks, looking up at walls of dirt that are nearly level with the top of the machine, it really puts into perspective just how massive this new mining cut is becoming, and just how much material we've already moved in a short amount of time. And the craziest part is, this D7 still feels like it wants more. I honestly don't think we've quite found the true limit of what this machine can handle yet. It's still digging hard, still pushing strong, and still moving huge amounts of dirt every single pass. But even though I think we could probably keep pushing farther and dig even deeper into this hillside, I also don't want to get carried away and bite off more than we can chew, especially with this being a brand new machine. At some point, you've got to know when enough is enough. And for me, I think pushing through roughly 10 feet of overburden is a very good place to call it for now. That's already a massive amount of material moved, it's a huge amount of ground opened up, and most importantly, it lets us keep this brand new dozer in great shape without putting unnecessary wear and tear on it this early into its life on the mine. And honestly, I think we've accomplished exactly what we set out to do, because what we've opened up here is absolutely massive. Not only have we exposed a huge area of gold-rich pay dirt that should keep us busy mining for the rest of year one, but we've also left ourselves a ton of room to build out the rest of this mining site exactly how we wanted. We now have plenty of space to set up what should be our largest wash plant operation yet. And we've also got enough room left over to build out a proper mining camp area, where we can stage equipment, process gold concentrate, and continue scaling this operation even bigger moving forward. This is quickly turning into a true mega mining operation. Now, before we can officially call this new cut opened up, there's still one final job left to tackle: cleaning up all of this loose overburden that's still sitting throughout the main stripped area. As we were pushing heavy loads of dirt, quite a bit of material slipped off the sides of the blade and got left scattered throughout the cut. So now I want to go back through, gather all of that loose overburden up, and push it out toward the edges where we've been piling our spoil material. Once that cleanup work is finished, what should be left behind is a massive clean mining cut with nothing but exposed pay dirt across the floor of this new mine. And honestly, when that happens, I think the size of this place is really going to hit us. Because even now, just looking at what we've already opened up, this new cut is much larger than our original Lone Wolf Creek cut. And the difference in scale between the two is honestly pretty incredible. This new mine is on a whole different level. The big question now is, can we actually mine all of this before winter rolls in? That's going to depend entirely on how much time the Yukon weather gives us before the cold really sets in and freezes the ground solid. If we get lucky and have a long fall season, we may be able to pull a huge amount of paid dirt out of this cut before year one comes to a close. But if winter shows up early, there's a very good chance we may still have a lot of rich ground sitting here waiting for us when year two begins. Either way, one thing's for sure, we just opened up something special here. Now let's finish cleaning this cut up and get this new mega mine ready to start producing gold. We officially got all of the overburden cleared away, and now for the first time, this entire new cut is fully stripped down to gold-rich pay dirt and ready to begin mining. And honestly, standing back and looking at what we opened up today is pretty incredible. This new cut is absolutely massive, far larger than our original Lone Wolf Creek cut. And with how much exposed pay dirt we now have sitting here ready to mine, this piece of ground should keep our operation busy for a very long time. We've gone from simply prospecting this area to fully opening up what should become the next major chapter of our gold mining operation. But even with the cut itself now officially open, there's still plenty of work left to do before we can start pulling gold out of this new ground. In the next episode, we'll be shifting our focus toward infrastructure and site preparation as we continue building out this new mega mining operation. First, we'll work on smoothing out the remaining rough ground around the new cut and getting everything cleaned up. From there, we'll begin building a new access road and driveway system that will wrap around this cut and lead up to the east side of the property, where I plan to level off a large section of ground to create a proper pad for a new wash plant setup. That same area will also become home to our new mining camp, where we'll stage equipment, process gold concentrate, and continue expanding this operation into something much bigger than where we started. So while there's still a lot of work ahead before this new cut is fully operational, we made some serious progress today, and this mine is getting closer and closer to producing its first ounce of gold. Welcome back to episode 9 of our Gold Mining from Scratch series on the Yukon Valley 16X map. In today's episode, we're heading back over to our brand new mega cut as we begin preparing our new mining site for what is easily going to be the biggest equipment upgrade we've made in this entire series: the arrival of our brand new massive wash plant. Over the past few episodes, we've been putting in a ton of work opening up what is quickly becoming a huge new gold mining operation here in the Yukon. We started this adventure in our original mine, the Lone Wolf Creek cut, and over there we spent many long hours digging out pay dirt, hauling material, and running it through our wash plants. That first cut has treated us very well, and the gold we pulled out of Lone Wolf Creek has helped fund some major upgrades to our operation. We've brought in larger excavators, upgraded our hauling fleet, invested in better mining equipment, and even added a second small wash plant to help increase production. But as our operation grew and our equipment got bigger, we quickly began burning through pay dirt much faster than I originally expected. Before long, our Lone Wolf Creek cut started running low on material, and that's when I knew it was time to start looking toward the future and open up a much larger mining operation. After exploring several different areas across the 100 acres of land that we currently own here in the Yukon, I finally settled on a large clearing over on the northeast corner of our property, and that became a location for our brand new mega cut. We spent multiple episodes clearing trees, ripping up vegetation, and opening up the land, but things really started moving once we brought in our brand new Cat D7 dozer. That machine has completely changed what we're capable of. Once the trees and brush were cleared, I brought in our Cat 395 excavator and dug a deep test hole so we could figure out exactly how far down we needed to go before reaching gold-rich pay dirt. After digging through the overburden, we finally struck pay dirt, and that gave us the depth we needed. From there, I set our land surveyor to that exact depth, coordinated it with our Cat D7 dozer, and we began pushing truly massive amounts of overburden out of the way, stripping this new cut all the way down until we exposed a huge area of fresh pay dirt. And now, we officially have a brand new cut that's fully stripped, opened up, and ready to mine. To kick things off today, I'll be hopping into our Ford F350 pickup truck and making my way back over to our new mega cut so we can start the next major phase of this mining operation. Last episode, we focused entirely on exposing pay dirt, and we made incredible progress. But now our attention shifts toward the infrastructure side of this mine, because if we want to start mining this cut at full capacity, we need to get our processing setup built. And that starts with preparing for our brand new wash plant. If you've been following along over the last few episodes, you may remember me mentioning that our local dealership had a brand new massive wash plant on the way, and as of today, it has officially arrived and I've already put in the order for the very first one. From everything I've heard, this new plant is going to be an absolute monster compared to the wash plants we've been running so far. Even with our two smaller wash plants running together, this new machine should be capable of processing more material than both of them combined, which could completely change how much dirt we're able to run, how much concentrate we produce, and ultimately, how much gold we're able to find. But before that wash plant can arrive, we've got a lot of prep work to do. The large area directly behind our new mega cut is where I plan on building our new processing yard. But right now, that ground is rough, uneven, and nowhere near ready for equipment this large. So today, we'll be climbing back into our Cat D7 dozer and moving even more dirt as we begin leveling off a large pad where our new wash plant, hopper feeder, and conveyor systems will all be installed. This is still part of that hillside we've been cutting into, so there's going to be a lot of high ground that needs to be knocked down, a lot of loose dirt that needs to be cleaned up, and a lot more pushing before we're left with a clean, level pad big enough to support this new operation. Once that pad is finished, it'll finally be time to head down to the dealership and check out our newest and biggest piece of mining equipment yet. And we're not just buying the wash plant. I'll also be purchasing a massive heavy haul truck and trailer so we can haul this wash plant ourselves, along with a hopper feeder system and a radial stacker conveyor, both of which will become critical pieces of our new mining setup. The hopper feeder will be where we dump our pay dirt. That material will move onto the radial stacker, and from there it'll be carried high up by conveyor and fed directly into the wash plant where it'll finally be processed. This is a huge step up from the smaller mining setup we've been running so far. And once it's all assembled, we should be able to process massive amounts of pay dirt. But this expansion comes at a cost. The wash plant alone costs nearly $1 million. And with the additional equipment we're buying on top of it, we're making the biggest financial commitment we've made in the series so far. I'll be financing a good portion of this equipment, which helps us get started now, but it also puts some serious pressure on this new operation, because once this plant is running, we're going to need to find a lot of gold. We've got a huge day ahead of us as we prepare our new mine site, purchase some massive new equipment, and begin building what should become our biggest gold mining operation yet. So let's fire up the engines and get to work. If you're enjoying the Yukon Valley 16X gold mining series so far, make sure to like, drop a comment, and subscribe so you don't miss what's coming up next. gotta say, this new Cat D7 dozer is proving to be one of the best investments we've made so far in this series. We've only had this machine for a short amount of time, but when you stop and look around this new mining site and really take in just how much ground we've opened up and how much dirt we've already moved with it, it's honestly pretty incredible. From clearing trees and vegetation to stripping massive amounts of overburden and now cutting into this hillside to build out our new wash plant pad. This machine has been doing a little bit of everything, and it's been handling it extremely well. That being said, I think we may finally be starting to see where this machine's limits are. As we keep pushing farther into this hillside, the amount of dirt we're trying to move is getting bigger and bigger, and some of these pushes are now getting pretty heavy. I've noticed a few times already where this D7 has had to really dig in and fight to keep pushing, especially when we get into some of those taller piles where we're moving a lot of material in one pass. It's still getting the job done. And for opening up this new mega cut, I think this dozer is going to serve us very well. But as our mining operation continues growing, especially once we get this new wash plant up and running and we start moving dirt at a much larger scale, I do think we may eventually need to start looking at bringing in something even bigger. And speaking of bigger dozers, we may actually get our very first glimpse at what that future upgrade could look like later on today. Now, I'm not planning on buying a larger dozer anytime soon. This Cat D7 is still very new to our fleet, and I think it's going to be more than enough machine for us for quite a while. But when we head down to the dealership later to pick up our brand new wash plant, we're going to need a serious piece of equipment to help get that massive plant loaded onto our trailer. After talking with the dealership, they told me they actually have a Cat D11 dozer equipped with a winch system, and they're going to let us use it to help load our new wash plant up for transport. Now, we won't be pushing any dirt with it today, but we will get a quick sneak peek at that absolute monster of a machine. And if our mining operation keeps growing at the pace it's growing now, who knows? Maybe sometime down the road, a machine like that could eventually find its way onto our mine site. But before we start dreaming about bigger equipment, we've still got some work to finish up right here. I want to get the rest of this new wash plant pad cleaned up, level off a few rough spots, and spend a little time touching up our driveway. So we've got plenty of room to maneuver and back this new wash plant into position later today. We're getting very close now. Let's get this final prep work knocked out and make room for our biggest upgrade yet. Well, I think that should just about do it. We've managed to clear out a pretty large area here behind our new mega cut, and I'm hoping this should give us more than enough room to get our brand new wash plant set up, along with all of the extra equipment that's going to come with it. Honestly, I never set up a wash plant anywhere near this size before, so sizing out this pad has been a little bit of a guessing game. I try to leave myself plenty of room, not just for the wash plant itself, but also for our hopper feeder system, the radial stacker conveyor, and enough open space around everything so we can actually move equipment around and operate efficiently once this new mining setup is fully running. From the looks of it, I think we should be in pretty good shape, but I guess we're about to find out. Before we head down to the dealership, I want to spend just a little more time here doing some final cleanup work. I like to touch up some of these rough edges around the outside of the pad, smooth off a few spots that still need leveled out, and then put some work into widening and cleaning up our driveway. I have a feeling we're going to need every bit of room we can get when it comes time to back this massive new wash plant into position. So the more space we give ourselves now, the easier that delivery should go later on. Once the final prep work is wrapped up, I'll bring our Cat D7 dozer back down into the cut and get it parked off to the side out of the way so we've got a nice clear work area waiting for our new equipment. And then, it's finally time. I'll hop into our Volvo semi-truck, make the drive down to the local dealership, and we'll make by far the biggest purchase we've made in this entire series as we pick up our brand new massive wash plant and begin the next major chapter of our gold mining operation here in the Yukon. Let's get this last bit of prep work finished up and go bring home our new wash plant. Well, there it is, the Macon Industries SD600 Silicifer wash plant. And wow, this thing is an absolute monster. I knew this new plant was going to be big, and the dealership had been telling me for a while that it was going to completely change our mining operation. But standing here in person and seeing just how massive this machine really is, it honestly far exceeds anything I was expecting. Compared to the wash plants we've been running up until now, this thing is on a completely different level. Our two smaller wash plants looked big when we first brought them in, but sitting next to Slucifer, they honestly look tiny. This new setup is going to be capable of running an unbelievable amount of pay dirt. And if we can keep it fed consistently, this plant has the potential to completely transform how much gold we're able to recover moving forward. But before we can start dreaming about all the gold this thing might produce, we've got one huge challenge ahead of us, getting it loaded up and hauled home safely. And thankfully, the dealership came through big time for us. They're allowing us to use their Cat D11 dozer equipped with a mounted winch system to help move this massive plant around the yard and get it lined up for loading. I'll be using the D11 to slowly winch Slucifer forward, inching it into position, and then I'll need to carefully reposition the dozer and start pulling it sideways so we can line the plant up perfectly in front of our new Landau 2-beam lowboy trailer. That alone is going to take some patience. One wrong move with a piece of equipment this big and heavy, and things could go south in a hurry. Once we get it lined up, I'll bring our brand new Kenworth T800 heavy haul truck into position, and from there we'll switch over to the truck-mounted winch system. I'll use that winch to slowly pull the Landau trailer underneath the wash plant, dragging it forward until we can get everything lined up, balanced properly, and finally secured down for transport. And that's when the real challenge begins. Once this thing is loaded, we're going to be hauling one of the biggest pieces of equipment we've ever moved in this series, and getting it back to our mine site is not going to be easy. We'll need to take a much longer route home to avoid any low bridges, tight corners, or narrow roads. Because with the height and sheer size of this wash plant sitting on top of the trailer, we're going to need to be extremely careful every mile of the trip. One bad turn, one rough corner taken too fast, or one mistake lining up through a tight area, and we could be looking at a disaster. But if we can pull this off and get Slucifer safely back to our new mega cut, this is going to be the beginning of a whole new chapter for our Yukon mining operation. Not only will this plant massively increase our processing capacity, but now that we own the heavy haul setup to move it, we'll be able to open cuts anywhere across this massive 16x map and haul our processing plant right along with us wherever the next gold strike takes us. Let's get to work and bring Slucifer home. Well, I'd say the haul back went about as smoothly as we could have hoped for. We made it all the way back to our new mega cut, and most importantly, Slucifer is still sitting upright on the trailer, so I really can't ask for much more than that. We may have cut it just a little close with that train crossing, and I'm pretty sure we trimmed a few trees along the route on the way back, but all things considered, I call that a successful first heavy haul mission. Now that we've got the plant back on site though, our first real problem has already popped up. I'd really like to back this trailer onto the new wash plant pad, because getting the trailer back and should give us a much better angle to unload the plant and position it exactly where we want it. The problem is turning this massive truck and trailer combination around is going to take a ton of room, and right now we just don't have enough open space near the driveway to make that happen. To swing this trailer around, I'm going to need to use some of the ground across the road from our cut, but unfortunately there are still quite a few trees standing over there that are going to be right in our way. So before we do anything else, I'm going to hop back into our Cat D7 dozer, knock down a few of those trees, and clear ourselves out a big open turning area. Once that's done, we should have plenty of room to spin this truck around, line everything up, and start backing Slucifer down the driveway toward its new home. Slucifer has officially made it into our new mega cut, and I've got to say, seeing this massive wash plant sitting here on site is pretty incredible. After all the work we put into opening this new cut, stripping overburden, building out the pad, and hauling this monster all the way back from the dealership, it's pretty satisfying to finally have it sitting here where it belongs. And the best part is, it's looking like my guess on the size of this pad was actually pretty close. We may not have a ton of extra room to spare, but from the looks of it, we got just enough space to make this whole setup work, which is a huge relief because I was honestly a little nervous this plant was going to show up and completely dwarf the area we prepared for it. Now that Slucifer is finally in position, we're not done with deliveries just yet. We still need to head back over to the dealership and pick up the rest of the equipment that's going to bring this whole operation together. Our hopper feeder system and our radial stacker conveyor. Once we get those hauled back over to the mega cut, we can start lining everything up, connecting the system together, and getting this new mining setup fully prepared to begin processing pay dirt. My original goal for today was pretty simple. Get the new wash plant delivered, get everything set up, and have it ready to begin mining in the next episode. But honestly, everything has gone way smoother than I expected. The haul went well, unloading went well, we managed to squeeze the plant onto the pad, and now that we're this close, I'm starting to think we may have enough time left in the day to do something even better. Fire this thing up and give Slucifer its very first test run before we end the episode. Once I get the hopper feeder and radial stacker delivered and positioned, we'll head back over to the Lone Wolf Creek cut and fire up our Volvo 60-ton rock truck so we can start hauling some pay dirt over here. I'll also jump into our Cat 395 excavator and get a load of pay dirt loaded up into the truck, and then we'll bring both machines back over to our new setup so we can feed those very first buckets of pay dirt into Slucifer. Long term, I do plan on bringing in a different machine dedicated to loading the hopper feeder, something that's a little more practical for that job. But for now, our Cat 395 excavator should work just fine to get some dirt into the system and give this new wash plant a quick trial run. We're incredibly close now. Let's get the rest of this equipment hauled in and see if we can get Slucifer running before the day is over. And with that, Slucifer is officially up and running here in our new mega cut. We fed the very first few buckets of pay dirt through our brand new Macon Industries SD 600 wash plant. And I've got to say, seeing this massive new setup finally come alive is a pretty incredible moment for our Yukon mining operation. We've put in a ton of work over the past few episodes opening this new cut, stripping overburden, building out our wash plant pad, and hauling in all of this new equipment. And now it's finally paying off. Next episode, we'll really begin mining this new mega cut and start putting Slucifer to the test. It's going to be really interesting to see what kind of gold we're able to pull out of this fresh new ground with our brand new wash plant. Thanks for watching. Be sure to like, comment, and subscribe so you don't miss what's coming next. And I'll catch you in the next one.